Race 1, the qualifier, we're ready to go. Horses for the first of 4 qualifiers out on the track. The first qualifier, a trot, scratch number 5, Magic Fashion. We're left with a field of 4 and only driver to be announced on the 4, Maria Magdalena. Make that driver Brandon Bates. Brandon Bates now drives the 4 Maria Magdalena in this first of 4 qualifiers, this one on the trot. Starters called for the trotters to line up. The first of 4 qualifiers. Gates rolling. With the scratch of the 5, Magic Fashion scratched down to a field of 4. They include the 1, Lose Mind Bender, and Casey Leonard up. The 2, Lose Guardian with Demarius Wakefield. The 3, Gordon Whitefoot and Juan Franco. And the 4, Maria Magdalena. Note the driver, Brandon Bates. Here they come. There they go. They're off them, trotting 2 breakers before the start. Lose Mind Bender and Maria Magdalena both jumped it off. Meanwhile, Lose Guardian trots out for that early lead. It'll be Gordon Whitefoot who does come away trotting in second as those 2 head to the turn. Back on the trot now is Maria Magdalena, also back on the trot. That's Lose Mind Bender. They're rounding that first turn, heading to the opening quarter. Demarius Wakefield and Lose Guardian trotting with that lead of a length. Juan Franco teaming up with Gordon Whitefoot right there, tracking that leader. They've just passed the opening quarter. It's at least 15 lengths then back to Lose Mind Bender, who is trotting in third. Once again on a break here is Maria Magdalena. They went the opening quarter 31-2, so they're straightening it out on the backside. A 2-horse breakaway right now here in the first quality. Now on a break as they straightened out, the 2-horse Lose Guardian has jumped it off. So now Gordon Whitefoot's inherited about a 10-length lead here. Back on the trot, that is Lose Guardian. A gap of about 5 or 6. Once again on a break, there is Lose Mind Bender back trotting, but well back. That is Maria Magdalena. As they head on into the far turn, and it is Gordon Whitefoot extending that lead, the half reach 103-2 as they trot into the far turn. A field of 4 well strung out. They're midway into that far turn, and Gordon Whitefoot all by himself right now. The 2-year-old son of You Know You Do is continuing to trot with the lead. They just passed 3 quarters, and he's got at least 20, maybe even 25 lengths in front here as they come out of that turn, headed for home 3 quarters, 134 flat. And it's Gordon Whitefoot trotting away in the first of 4 qualifiers. Looks like Lose Mind Bender is now going to move up into second. Lose Guardian just jumped it off once again, and then Maria Magdalena, but in deep stretch, it is Gordon Whitefoot to win it by himself. It looks like it'll be Lose Mind Bender getting up for a very distant second, but now on the gallop again is Lose Mind Bender, Maria Magdalena, and then it was Lose Guardian. Here's the winning time, 2:05 flat for Gordon Whitefoot. Here's how they finish in the first of 4 qualifiers today. Lose Mind Bender second, Lose a Guardian fourth. Gordon Whitefoot was your qualifying winner. Maria Magdalena was third. Scratch Magic Fashion. Here's the fractions: 31 and 2, half 103 and 2, 3/4 134. And Gordon Whitefoot stops the clock today in 2:05 flat. Also, attention barn area, please note once the races get underway today, please note that all warm-ups need to take place on the back track. All warm-ups this afternoon for the races for the remainder of the day, please warm up on the back track. Once again, barn area, we appreciate your cooperation. Please warm your horses up on the back track. Second qualifier now on the track. Starters called for the trotters to line up. The second of 4 qualifiers here today. We do have 2 scratches to report in the second qualifier. Scratch the 4 High Jacks and scratch the 5 Passat. Both are scratched. Here now with a field of 3 lining up. The gate is rolling. We've got the 1 Maple Grove Patrick, Brandon Bates between the wheels. The 2 is Goldie's Louise with Demarius Wakefield. And the 3 Don't Catch Me, Jerome Daniels. They've reached the top of the stretch, the second of 4 qualifiers. There they go. We are off and trotting, all off to a good start here. Maple Grove Patrick from along the rail trots out for that early lead. Goldie's Louise is going to hustle up into second, and that's Jerome Daniels and Don't Catch Me going to back off and settle into third. So they've all come away trotting as they corner into the turn, and it's a Maple Grove Patrick who shows the way here, tracking that leader, the filly Goldie's Louise, a gap of 2 then to Don't Catch Me. So they're headed to that opening quarter pole, and Maple Grove Patrick looking for the clean line, leading the way here, a length from Goldie's Louise, now gapped about 3 lengths. That's Don't Catch Me back in third. As they straighten out on the backside, it is still Maple Grove Patrick with the lead. Here's the opening quarter coming up, 31 and 4. So after that opening quarter, they're headed toward the half-mile mark, and it is Maple Grove Patrick who continues to trot with the lead. That lead now 2. Goldie's Louise, the second best, gapped about 5 now is Don't Catch Me. Less than a half a mile to go in the second of 4 qualifiers here today. Maple Grove Patrick continuing to trot with that lead, tightening up in the 2-hole. Goldie's Louise, the half, 101 and 1. So they picked the tempo up just a tad there as they trot on into that far turn, and Maple Grove Patrick still paving the way, but that is Demarius Wakefield and Goldie's Louise right there tracking the Bates hat. A gap of about 5 now back to Don't Catch Me, just past the 3/4 pole, and Maple Grove Patrick now looking to kick away a little here by 2. That back in second, Goldie's Louise, and then Don't Catch Me. 3/4 time, 1:32 and 1. Down the lane they come, and it is a Maple Grove Patrick and Brandon Bates on a 3-length lead now. Everyone's still trotting here. Gapped about 3 or 4 lengths now back in second, Goldie's Louise, and then Don't Catch Me. Maple Grove Patrick gonna win it by about 5 in the end. Goldie's Louise a second, and then about 10 lengths back in third, Don't Catch Me. Winning time 2:02 and 1, Maple Grove Patrick. Here's how they finished in the second of 4 qualifiers today. Maple Grove Patrick, your qualifying winner. Goldie's Louise second. Don't Catch Me third. Scratch the 4 High Jacks. Scratch the 5 Passat. Top down, 1, 2, 3. Scratch, scratch on the bottom. Fractions 31 and 4. The half 101 and 1. 3/4 time 132 and 1. The winning time over a good track rated at this point 2:02 and 1. All right, barn area, bring them out for the third qualifier. You can bring them out for the third qualifier. Starters called for the horses to line up for the third of 4 qualifiers. Track crew has completed their work, so once again, starters called for the horses to line up. The third of 4 qualifiers today. The third qualifier, we are on the pace here. The 1 is Scorecard Kate with Juan Franco driving. 2 is What's Up, Tell Me with Charles Arthur. The 3, Bye Bye Felica, Connor Prather. The 4, Boca Chica with Brandon Bates. The 5, Girly Pop, teaming up with Demarius Wakefield. 6 is Hard Chrome Moose with Travis Seekman. And the 7 is West Alexis and Casey Leonard. A field of 7 on the pace, third of 4 qualifiers. Here they come. There they go. Often pacing except for the 1 Scorecard. Kate made a break before the start, and now as they trot on in or pace on into that turn, on a break also now is the 2 What's Up Tell Me off stride. So as the field heads for the turn, and as they corner into that turn now and taking the early lead here, Girly Pop has cornered into the lead. That'll be racing along in a second, Boca Chica. 1 from there racing in third is Hard Chrome Moose. A gap of about 2 here then to Bye Bye Flicka. They're approaching that opening quarter. Another 2 lengths back then to West Alexis, and then there's the 2 breakers way back. What's Up Tell Me and scorecard gate. That opening quarter came up in 30 seconds flat. They're headed up the backside, single file formation, and leading the parade now and taking over here. Girly Pop has still got that lead. Right there racing along in a second. That's a Boca Chica. A length and a half there to Hard Crow Moose, who looks it over from third, about 2.5 off the lead. Racing next, Bye Bye Felica, then Miss Alexis, getting a little closer to the field here. That is What's Up Tell Me, and then gapped about 7 scorecard Kate. So they're heading into that far turn after a half of a minute and 4/5. They're racing into the far turn, and it is Girly Pop. She's continuing to pave the way into the turn, headed to the 3/4 pole, and now taking a peek to the outside, Boca Chica for Brandon Bates. Along the inside there, Hard Crow Moose. Up on the outside now, Casey Leonard making up some ground with West Alexis. They're past 3/4, and then it's back there to Hard Crow Moose at the top of the lane now. On the inside, still holding a short lead. That's Girly Pop, but Boca Chica has come to call. 3/4, 131 and 1. Boca Chica, but battling back. Girly Pop doesn't want to give it up. Girly Pop with a neck in the front over Boca Chica. Girly Pop are going to win the qualifier over Boca Chica. And then it was back there to West Alexis, followed by Hard Crow Moose. And then it was Bye Bye Flicka, What's Up Tell Me, and Scorecard Kate. Winning time coming up here for Girly Pop. How about 159 and 4? Here's how they finished in the third qualifier. Scorecard Kate 7th. What's Up Tell Me 6th. Bye Bye Flicka 5th. Boca Chica 2nd. Girly Pop, your qualifying winner. Hard Crow Moose 4th. West Alexis 3rd. Recheck top down 7, 6, 5, 2, 1, 4, and 3. Here's the fractions, 30 seconds flat. The half in a minute and 4/5. 3/4, 131 and 1. And the winning time for Girly Pop, 159 and 4. All right, Barn Area, bring them out for the fourth and final qualifier. Our fourth and final qualifier is up next. You can bring them out for the fourth qualifier. Once again, another reminder, Barn Area, please note that all warm-ups need to take place on the back track. That's the back track where warm-ups need to take place, or we'll be here all day and night. So once again, we ask for your cooperation, and please, warm-ups only on the back track. Thank you. Fourth and final qualifier of the day has reached the track. Please note in this fourth and final qualifier, scratch number 2, Gershwin, scratch the 3, Feisty Val. 2 scratches in this upcoming fourth and final qualifier. Take out the 2 and the 3. Starters called for the horses to line up. With the scratch of the 2, Gershwin, and the 3, Feisty Val, we're scratched down now to a field of 5. As the gate starts to roll, the 1, Money Making Monty, Casey Leonard in the bike. The 4 is Rock On Big Star with Cole Prather. The 5, Sleazy Mama and Juan Franco. The 6, Zenas Foxy and Travis Seekman. And the 7, My Daddy's Revenge with Mike Brink. Here they come. There they go. Often pacing toward the inside, Rock On a Big Star, Zenas Foxy from the center of the racetrack. Up on the far outside, My Daddy's Revenge. There toward the inside now, moving up Sleazy Mama. The early trailer is a Money Making a Monty. The field rounds the turn and taking that early lead now. That's Zenas Foxy with the early lead. Rock On Big Star came away second. It's a length and a half to Sleazy Mama, looking it over from the third. That is My Daddy's Revenge, who did get away fourth, about 4 from the lead, and gapped about 2. That's Money Making Monty. So they're past the quarter, single file formation, and as they straighten out and head down the backside, that's Cole Prather teaming up with that Zenas Foxy, who's on the front end here right now. In the 2-hole trip, that is Cole Prather and Rock On Big Star. First quarter, 29-3. So as they get set to hit the half-mile mark, back in third, Sleazy Mama. Back to My Daddy's Revenge, and the trailer continues to be Money Making Monty. Less than a half a mile to go as they race into that far turn. It's Travis Seekman teaming up with Zenas Foxy, continuing to show the way here. Content with that 2-hole, Rock On Big Star, the half. A minute flat. They're headed into that far turn. Action in the backfield now. That's My Daddy's Revenge, who's moving up on the outside for Mike Brink as they race midway through that turn. And now Juan Franco's come off the rail with Sleazy Mama. Top 4 have paired up, and now 3 lengths back to Money Making Monty. Less than a quarter mile to go in the final qualifier of the day. We've got a new leader from the outside, My Daddy's Revenge. She has taken over that lead now. Up on the outside, Sleazy Mama's moved into second. 3/4 time, 1:31 flat. Midway down the lane now. That is with the lead, My Daddy's Revenge. Sleazy Mama now second best in deep stretch. Here comes Sleazy Mama with a burst at the end to win it over My Daddy's Revenge. Then it was Zenas Foxy, followed by Rock On a Big Star. Money Making Monty wound up 5th. It was Sleazy Mama and Juan Franco. Winning time coming up. 1:59 flat. Here's how they finished in the final qualifier of the day. Money Making Monty 5th, Scratch Gershwin, Scratch the 3, Feisty Val. Rock On Big Star 4th, Sleazy Mama, your qualifying winner. Zena's Foxy wound up 3rd, My Daddy's Revenge 2nd. Recheck top down, 5 scratch, scratch, 4, 1, 3, and 2 on the bottom. The fractions were 29 and 3, the half in a minute flat. 3/4 time, 1:31. Sleazy Mama stops the clock, 1:59 flat. That will conclude our 4 qualifiers of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. At this time, we ask you to please rise, remove your caps. It's time to honor America with the playing of our national anthem. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Suburban Downs at Springfield for this afternoon's 17 race card. Track condition currently rated good. We're in the mid-70s to lower 80s here today. Just a light breeze, not enough to be a factor. Very quickly, we'll go through some of the changes that we do have at the present time, but meanwhile, we'll ask the barn area to bring them out for race 1. Barn area, we're ready to go for the first of 17 here today. In this first race, we do have a driver change for number 5, Zamboni. Make that driver Kyle Houston. Kyle Houston will drive number 5, Zamboni, in the opener. In the second race, we've got a driver change for the 4, Luz Cabernet. Make that driver Casey Leonard. Casey Leonard now drives the 4, Luz Cabernet, in the second race. Race 3, 4, 5 are clear. Move to race 6. In race 6 today, a driver change for number 5, Imperfect Circle. Make the driver Wyatt Avanetti. Wyatt Avanetti now drives the 5, Imperfect Circle, in race 6. Now move to the 7th. In race 7 today, scratch, a transportation scratch, number 2, Hickory Nut. Scratch the 2, Hickory Nut, from race 7. And also in that 7th race, a driver change for number 5, Diane Little Dream. Make the driver here Jordan Patton. Jordan Patton drives number 5, Diane Little Dream, in race 7. There's no changes in the 8th. Now move to the 9th. In the 9th race today, scratch, due to sickness, number 6, A Very Nice Dandy. Scratch number 6, A Very Nice Dandy, due to sickness, in race number 9. No changes in races 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Now move to the 16th race. In race 16, a driver change for number 1, Super Shark. Make the driver Connor Prather. Connor Prather now drives number 1, Super Shark, in race 16. And now go to the finale. In the 17th and final race of the day, a driver change for number 4, Jimmy DeShark. Make the driver Juan Franco. Juan Franco now steers number 4, Jimmy DeShark, in race 17. And also in that 17th race, scratch number 6, Revelry, due to transportation, and scratch the 7, Fox Valley Jericho, lame. That's both the 6 and 7 are out of race 17. The 6 is a transportation scratch, the 7 scratched lame. Those are your current changes to the present time. We hope you enjoy your afternoon here at Springfield. 17 races, we're ready to go. Race number 1, bring them out. Once again, don't forget barn area. All warm-ups from here on in need to take place on the back track. Once again, the back track is where you need to make your warm-ups. Once again, we thank you for your cooperation. Also, don't forget Coleman's concession is open. They're right across from the race office. Stay hydrated today when it starts to warm up. Once again, Coleman's concession on track, available for food and drink. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, horses made their way onto the track for the first of 17 races here this afternoon. Race 1, maidens on the trot. We've got a field of 6 lining up in here. Once again, note the driver change on number 5, Zamboni. Make that driver Kyle Husted. Here's the field. They include the 1, Lose Little Mermaid, owned by Darren and Georgianne Turnier. Michelle Blackburn also owns. Mike Brink trains. Brandon Bates will catch drive. The 2 is Instructor Bob, owned by Benita Simmons. Tom Simmons, the trainer. Casey Leonard, the driver. 3, Eli Night Charm. Races for Keith Miller, trained and reigned by Mike Brink. The 4 is RK's Dictator, owned by MM&D Racing. Stan Swisher trains. Wyatt Avanetti in the driver's seat. The 5, Zamboni, owned and trained by Dennis Gardner. Note the driver change to Kyle Husted. Kyle Husted drives 5, Zamboni. And rounding out the half a dozen is the 6, Lake Fork Abbey, owned by Michael Brown, who also trains. Travis Siekman will steer. Starting gate driver Stacy DeRose, accompanied by starter Roy Finn, have called for the trotters to line up. Gates rolling. A field of 6 maiden trotters, all on gate. It's the first of 17 races. Suburban Downs at Springfield. It's the opener. It's showtime. There they go. Often trotting. Zamboni's leaving from the outside, but so is Lose Little Mermaid along the inside. And Lose a Little Mermaid going to trot out into that lead. Getting away now in second is Instructor Bob as they corner into that turn. Zamboni's up on the outside. As they corner, that is Lose Little Mermaid with the early lead. It's Instructor Bob who got away in the 2-hole. Racing along in a third there. That is a Zamboni. And then it's a length and a half back. Racing next is Eli Night Charm, who's followed there by then RK's Dictator and the early trailer. That will be Lake Fork Abbey. So they're single file, a field of 6 as they trot up the backside toward the quarter. Bates is teaming up here, and he's got Lose Little Mermaid on the front end. Right there in that 2-hole trip, that is Instructor Bob. First quarter trotted 30-2. 3-horse breakaway here right now. Sitting there in third is Zamboni, but gapped about 6 now and not keeping up is Eli Night Charm. And looking to get around that one is RK's Dictator along with Lake Fork Abbey. They're past the half, heading toward the far turn, and still calling the shots here. Lose Little Mermaid on that 2-cheer, leading by a length. A perfect 2-hole trip for Instructor Bob. The half slowed it down to 102 flat. How about a 31-3 second quarter breather as they race into the far turn, headed to the 3-quarter pole. Lose Little Mermaid will be put to the test now, as now moving out of that pocket. Here comes Instructor Bob with Casey Leonard to take that lead away. Also moving up on the outside is Zamboni for Houston. They're past 3/4 with about an 1/8 of a mile to go, and Instructor Bob has kicked out to a 2-length advantage. Lou's Little Mermaid is trying to hold second. Up on the outside, Zamboni third, 3/4, 1:33.3. Midway down the lane, Instructor Bob holding that lead comfortably by 2. And then on the inside, Lou's Little Mermaid. The opener goes to Instructor Bob. Going to win the opener by about 2 in the end over Lou's Little Mermaid. And then it was finishing third, Zamboni. Arcade's Dictator got up for fourth. Lake Fork Abbey's going to pick up the nickel. And then it was back to Eli Nye Charm. The opener, Casey Leonard and Instructor Bob. Winning time, 2:03 flat. Here's another notice for our backstretch barn area. Please note that all winners need to report to the test barn. All winners need to immediately report to the test barn. Once again, thank you for your cooperation. All winners need to report to the test barn immediately after the race. The winner of race 1, number 2, Instructor Bob, a 2-year-old bay gelding by Don't Let 'Em. Out of the Big Stick Lindy mare, Infinity Stick. It's the first win in 7 career starts for Instructor Bob. Bred by late Levon Slaybaugh of Indiana. Instructor Bob is owned by Benita Simmons. Trained by Tom Simmons. Nicely handled and driven to victory by Casey Leonard. The winning time of 2:03 flat will establish a life mark for Instructor Bob. Here's how they finished in the opener. Lou's Little Mermaid second. Instructor Bob, your race winner. Eli Nye Charm wound up 6th. Arcade's Dictator finished 4th. Zamboni 3rd. Lake Fork Abbey 5th. Recheck top down, 2, 1, 6, 4, 3, and 5 on the bottom. Here's the fractions from the opener. 30 and 2 for the quarter. The half in 102. 3/4, 133 and 3. Once again, establishing a life mark here today. Instructor Bob, 2:03. Barn area, you can bring them out ready to go for race 2. The second race is up next. Race 2 up next. Trotters out on the track now. 2-year-old trotters on the track here. A field of 6 going postward. Noted driver change on number 4, Luza Cabernet. Make that driver Casey Leonard. Let's meet this field of 6. They include the 1, Sunburnt Senorita, owned by the Grummels, Kurt Craig and Leo Grummel. Kurt Grummel trains and drives. The 2 is Zoomster, owned and trained by Dennis Gardner. Travis Seekman gets the call. 3 is Felicia of Sullivan, owned by Smith, Romano, Seals, and Smith. Amanda Van Winkle trains Brandon Bates between the wheels. 4, Luz Cabernet, owned by the Flacco family farms, trained by Jill Brown. Note the driver change to Casey Leonard. Casey Leonard drives the 4, Luz Cabernet. The 5 is Battle Shoe Jason, owned and trained by Clay Simpson. Wyatt Avanetti handles the lines. And rounding out the field, the 6 is Go, Go, Go Chrome, owned by Ron Phillips, Jamaica Patton, and Lyle Lip. Jamaica Patton trains and drives. Starters called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. A field of 6 ICF 2-year-old trotters all on gate. Suburban Downs at Springfield, race 2, race time. There they go. Often trotting on a break just after the start. Felicia of Sullivan jumped it off. Meanwhile, Zoomster's trotting out for that early lead. There along the inside, Sunburnt Senorita. Go, go, go. Chromus to the outside third as they corner into that turn. It is with the lead to Zoomster. Sunburnt Senorita came away with a pocket trip. Go, go, go. Chrome parked on the outside third. There toward the inside is Battle Shoe Adjacent. And then a big gap back here, not going today at all. That's Luz Cabernet. And another 2 behind that one is Felicia of Sullivan. So they're still trotting up to the backside here. They went by that opening quarter coming up, but meanwhile on the outside, go, 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 Chrome Park, but driving on. First quarter, 30 seconds flat, and go, 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 Chrome and Jamaica Patton have just cleared into the lead. Now yielding for that 2-hole triple B, Zoomster. Sunburnt Senorita with Grummel looking it over from the third. 1 from there, that's a Battle Shoe Jason and Wyatt Avanetti, and then a big, big, big gap back there to Felicia of Sullivan. Another 5 more back, Luz Cabernet. They're past the half and heading into that far turn, and it's go, 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 Chrome with the lead. A half, 59-4. Picked it up just a tad, 29-4, second panel here, and content with that 2-hole ride, though, is the Zoomster, and Seekman thinking about it in the pocket, and here he comes right now, and here's Zoomster looking to zoom on into that lead. Along the inside, go, 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 Chrome. Sunburnt Senoritas come off the rail, and it's moved to the outside just a length off that leader, and then Battle Shoe Jason as they get set to kick for home here on the inside with a short lead. That's a Zoomster. That lead is a length and a half. 3/4, 1:31-4. Back in second, Sunburnt Senorita. Up to third now comes a Battle Shoe Jason. Zoomster clinging to the lead. Sunburnt Senorita got the measure of that leader on the inside. Yes, Sunburnt Senorita gonna win it by a measured half a length in the end. Zoomster definitely second best. Battle Shoe Jason was third, and then it was back to go, 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 Chrome, and then a long way back it's Felicia of Sullivan who's gonna finish fifth, and eventually lose a Cabernet and gonna come across in a sixth. Sunburnt Senorita, 201 and 1. Gate. Race 2, winner number 1, Sunburnt Senorita, a 2-year-old bay filly, a daughter of Southwind Chrome, out of a pizzazzed mare, Fox Valley Bling. The first win in 4 starts here for Sunburnt Senorita, a homebred, bred and owned by the Grummels, Kurt Craig and Leo Grummel. Winning trainer driver, Kurt Grummel. The winning time of 2:01 and 1 will set a life mark here for Sunburnt Senorita. The official placings from race 2, Sunburnt Senorita, your race winner, Zoomster 2nd, Felicia O'Sullivan 5th, Luz Cabernet 6th, Battleshoe Jason wound up 3rd, Go, Go, Go Chrome 4th. Recheck top down, 1, 2, 5, 6, 3, and 4 on the bottom. Here's the fractions from the second race. First quarter 30, half 59 and 4, 3/4 131 and 4. Once again, the winning time today, Sunburnt Senorita, 2:01 and 1. All right, barn area, bring them out for race 3. It's another division of the ICF 2-year-old trotters. You can bring them out, barn area. Race 3, the third race, up next. Trotters out on the track now for the third race, the second back-to-back divisions for ICF 2-year-old trotters. Here in race 3, a field of 7, including the 1 Shady Maple Caddy, owned by Dave Avenatti, along with Emma Avenatti and Kevin Neifelt. Dave Avenatti trains, Wyatt Avenatti will drive. The 2 horses, Fox Valley Cougar, owned by Jerry Graham along with J.D. Graham. Kurt Grummel trains, noted driver change here to Kyle Houston. Kyle Houston now drives the 2 Fox Valley Cougar. 3 is Lou's True Lou, owned by Ernest Sork along with Noreen and Sean Nessa, who also trains Isaac Love between the wheels. 4, Broadway and Lou. Races for the Flacco Family Farm, Steve Searle and Brian Code. Steve Searle trains, Brandon Bates aboard. 5, Fox Valley Sabra, owned by Ivan Hawthorne, Ann Schneider, and Benita Simmons. Tom Simmons trains, Casey Leonard drives. 6, No Flies on Me, owned by the D&J Racing Stables along with Jamaica Patton, who also trains and drives. And the 7, Pony Chrome, owned by Equine Spa LLC and Tom Carey. Rick Schock trains, Travis Siekman between the wheels. Starters called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. A field of 7 ICF 2-year-old trotters, all on gate. Suburban Downs at Springfield, race 3. Post time. There they go. Often trotting toward the inside. Lou's True Lou goes for that early lead. Far outside, Pony Chrome left. Now hustling up toward the inside comes the Fox Valley Cougar. Those 3 going to vie for that early lead as they trot on into that first turn. From the outside, Lou's True Lou, but along the inside, hustling up is Fox Valley Cougar. There was a hole there for Pony Chrome to get away, racing in third. A gap of 2 to Broadway and Lou. 1 from there racing next, Fox Valley Sabra. Your back 2 markers are Shady Maple Caddy and No Flies on Me. They're past the quarter, getting ready to straighten out on the backside, and it is a Lou's True Lou and Isaac Love with the early lead, but not much longer. Out of the 3 spot comes Pony Chrome. First quarter, 29-4, and Pony Chrome trotting up on the outside, trying to get that lead, but a little reluctant to let that one go is Lou's True Lou. They're racing along in third is Fox Valley Cougar. A gap of 2 to Broadway and Lou, 1.5 from there. That's a Fox Valley Sabra. Shady Maple Katie is still back in 6th, and the 7th, that is No Flies on Me. They're past the half and heading into the far turn, and Pony Chrome has clear, but now here comes the form of pressure of Fox Valley Cougar. Half a minute and 2/5. They're trotting into that far turn, and Fox Valley Cougar now is reaching for that lead. Lou's True Lou coming off the fence there to the inside. That is a Pony Chrome. Those 3 passing the 3/4 pole. A gap of about 3 more back to Broadway and Lou, and then to the outside of that one, it's Fox Valley Sabra. They've come to the top of the lane, and with the lead, Fox Valley Cougar 3/4, 131 flat, and it is Fox Valley Cougar and Houston on a 2-length lead. That's a Pony Chrome trying to come back into it, and then on the inside, Fox Valley Sabra as they come to the wire. Fox Valley Cougar will hold on to win it. Pony Chrome was a second today, finishing third to Fox Valley Sabra, and then it was back there to Lou's True Lou. It looks like it was Broadway and Lou who got the nickel, and then Shady Maple Caddy and No Flies on Me. It was your winner, Fox Valley Cougar, winning time
59-4.
How about 159 and 4? Race 3, winner number 2, Fox Valley Cougar, a 2-year-old bay filly, a daughter of a Southwind Chrome, out of a Muscle Hill mare, Zeddy Minx. It's the second win. It's back-to-back wins from DuQuoin to Springfield for Fox Valley Cougar. Bred by the Fox Valley Standardbreds of Illinois, the second win in 7 starts for Fox Valley Cougar. Owned by Jerry Graham and J.D. Graham, both of Illinois. A second win on the day for trainer Kurt Grummel. Fox Valley Cougar picking up the winning drive, driven to victory by Kyle Houston. Winning time 1:59 and 4 by a tick. By a tick. That's a brand new life mark for Fox Valley Cougar. The official placings from race 3, Shady Maple Caddy 6th, Fox Valley Cougar your race winner. Lou's True Lou 4th. Broadway and Lou 5th. Fox Valley Sabra wound up 3rd. No Flies on Me was 7th. Pony Chrome finished 2nd. Recheck top down 6, 1, 4, 5, 3, 7, and 2 on the bottom. Here's the fractions: 29 and 4 for the quarter, the half in 1 minute and 2/5, 3/4 in 1:31. Once again, a new mark for Fox Valley Cougar, 1:59 and 4. All right, barn area, you can bring them out for race 4. We've got Pacing Maidens up next. Race 4, barn area, the 4th race is up next.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Race 4, winner number 7, Another Legend, a 3-year-old bay gelding by Bit of a Legend. Out of the Sky Dancer Hanover mare, Day of Champions. It's the first win in 4 starts for Another Legend. A homebred, bred and owned by Bob and Diane McCabe of Wisconsin. Winning trainer, Bob McKay. Winning driver, Brandon Bates. That time of 1:56 and 3. That will establish a new life mark for Another Legend. Here's the official placings from race 4. Too Many Stars 6th. Keyser Zozie 3rd. Inheritance wound up 5th. Unhinged Impulso 4th. Speed Minded wound up 7th. Stars With You finished 8th. Another Legend, your race winner. Beyond Dazzling, 2nd. Recheck top down, 6, 3, 5, 4, 7, 8, 1, and 2 on the bottom. Here's the fractions, 28 and 1. The half, 59 and 3. 3/4 and 1, 28 and 4. Once again, the winning time establishing a new life mark here for Another Legend, 1:56 and 3. We're moving along here. You can bring them out, barn area, race 5. We've got maidens on the trot coming up. No changes in your program at this time. Race 5, barn area, the 5th race is up next. Trotters on the track now for race 5, maiden trotters. A field of 6 in here. They include the one Alluring, owned by Mike Brink, along with the Frontier Farms. Mike Brink trains Brandon Bates between the wheels. 4 is Luz Zatara, owned by the Flacco family farms, trained by Steve Searle. Wyatt Avenatti will catch drive. 3 is Don't Call Me Angel, owned by Paula Smith along with Jim Runyon and Matt Wayan. Amanda Van Winkle trains. Joel Smith will do the driving. 4, Luminator, owned by Craig and Kurt Grummel along with the Chili Day stables. Kurt Grummel trains. Mike Rogers aboard. 5, Fox Valley Coral, owned by Jade Hatfield, trained by Tom Simmons. Casey Leonard between the wheels. And rounding out the field of 6 is Moonface Boy, owned and trained by Charles Arthur. Corderia Stewart will catch drive. Starters called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. It's a field of 6 maiden trotters, all on gate. Suburban Downs at Springfield, race 5, race time. There they go. Often trotting from the outside, Fox Valley Coral's going for that early lead. Between horses, Illuminator down along the inside, Alluring. Those 3 forwardly placed as they hustle into that turn, rounding the turn now from the center of the racetrack. That taking over the early lead is Illuminator, continuing to drive up on the outside, Fox Valley Coral. That's Alluring along the inside, racing in 3rd. Getting away in 4th, that's Don't Call Me Angel. Moonface Boy settled into 5th, 5 off the lead, and gapped about 2.5. Luz Zatara as they pass the corner and get ready to straighten out on the backside with the early lead here. That is with the lead here. Cutting this one out, that is Illuminator. Illuminator and Micah Rogers on the motor. Opening quarter here, 29 seconds flat. Action in the backfield now. Brandon Bates and Alluring are making a backside bull rush here to take that lead away before the half. So Alluring now going to cross over and clears into the lead. Illuminator now going to race out of the pocket. Going along in 3rd, that's Fox Valley Coral. Alluring jumped it off. Alluring jumped it off past the half. So once again, back on the front end here, Illuminator. Fox Valley Coral's in the pocket. Going along in 3rd, Don't Call Me Angel. Moonface Boy 4th. That is Luz Zatara in the 5th. Back to trotting, but gapped about 3. That is Alluring. They're past the half in a minute flat. Racing into the far turn as they head toward the 3/4 pole. That's Illuminator with the lead. The danger right there in the 2-hole Coral. That's a Fox Valley Coral. Looks primed to come out of that pocket. That's Don't Call Me Angel, still third, 2.5 off the lead. And now Cordelia Stewart and Moonface Boy move to the outside, but they've got about 3 to make up. They're coming out of that turn, and Fox Valley Coral has pulled the trigger. 3/4 time, 1:31.3. Down the lane they come. On the inside, though, Luminator finding more to the outside. Moonface Boy rolling up. On the inside, Luminator outside Moonface Boy. Luminator gonna win it over Moonface Boy. Don't Call Me Angel right there third. Then a big gap back here. That is then Fox Valley Coral, followed by Luzatara and Alluring. Luminator got it done. Winning time coming up. How about 2:01 and 2? Race 5, winner number 4, Luminator, a 3-year-old bay gelding, a son of Lose Legacy. After 3 consecutive breaks, figured it out today and took it all the way. Luminator's a son of Lose Legacy out of the Pizzazz mare, Fox Valley Lithium. First win in 5 career starts for Luminator. A second win on the day for the breeders, Kurt Grummel, along with Craig Grummel and the Chili Day Stables. They also own Luminator. Greg and Gert Grummel, that third winner of the day for trainer Kurt Grummel. Winning driver Mike Rogers. Winning time 2:01 and 2. That will establish a life mark for Luminator. Here's how they finish in race 5. Alluring 6th, Luzatara 5th, Don't Call Me Angel 3rd. Luminator, your race winner. Fox Valley Coral wound up 4th. Moonface Boy was 2nd. Recheck top down 6, 5, 3, 1, 4, and 2 on the bottom. The fractions were 29 seconds flat, the half and a minute flat, 3/4 1:31 and 3. Once again, winning time for Luminator 2:01 and 2. All right, barn area, you can bring them out for race 6. Race 6 is up next. We've got a field of 8 going postward. Maiden, fillies and mares. Race 6 is next. Horses onto the track now for race 6, maiden, fillies and mares lining up here. It's a field of 8, noted driver change on the 5 in perfect circle, make the driver Wyatt Avanetti. They include the 1, Bluebird Bella, owned by Carla Santos, trained by Alexander Conte. Jordan Patton will drive. The 2 horses, D's Lassa Champion, owned by Bob and Diane McKay. Bob McKay trains. Connor Prather will do the driving. 3 is Illini Deceptive, owned by the University of Illinois, trained and driven by Kyle Husted. 4, Gorgeous Stella, owned by William Weinberger. Alan Finn trains. Juan Franco the pilot. 5 is Imperfect Circle, races for the Windy City Farm, trained by Nick Prather. Wyatt Avanetti will do the driving. 6 is Midnight Practice, owned by Stephen Malkowski. Donna Holt trains. Kelsey Perrymont aboard. The 7 horses, Speedy Rocket, owned by Bob Silberberg, along with Mary Van Boven and Jim Eaton, who also trains. Travis Seekman handles the lines. And rounding out the field, the 8 is Kiss My Moose, owned by Bonaire Stable. Clifford O'Burney trains. Matt Avanetti does the driving. Starters called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. We've got a field of 8 maiden, fillies and mares all on gate. Suburban Downs at Springfield. It's race 6. Race time. There they go. Often pacing, Speedy Rockets blasting out of there from the far outside. Midnight Practice forwardly placed, and now D's the Last Champion is hustling up along the rail as they head toward the turn, quickly clearing into the lead. That's a Speedy Rocket who takes that lead away, looking to land in second, and will Midnight Practice. That is racing in third. D's the Last Champion, who's then followed next there by that is Imperfect Circle as they head to that opening quarter now, and with the early lead, that is Speedy Rocket and Travis Seekman cutting it. A 2-hole here for that is Kelsey Paramount and Midnight Practice. 1 from there racing in third. D's the Last Champion as they head down the backside. Illini Deceptive is now into 4th. Racing in 5th, that's a Bluebird Bella. And then a gap of 2 more lengths then. Back along the inside to Imperfect Circle. Up on the outside now, that racing next is Kiss My Moose. Opening quarter, 29-3. And they've just passed the half-a-mile mark. And with the lead, it is Speedy Rocket continuing to show the way. Midnight Practice content with that 2-hole. Action in the backfield after a half of 59 seconds flat. And now moving to the outside, that's a Bluebird Bella. Locked in now, nowhere to go for D's Last Champion. Looking at it from second over, that's Illini Deceptive and Houston in with a shot. They've got about 4 to make up as they head to that 3/4 pole. It's still Speedy Rocket and Seekman maintaining that lead, and it's almost 2 now from Bluebird Bella along the inside. Midnight Practice trying to hang in there third, and then on the outside, D's the Last Champion, and widest of all will be Illini Deceptive coming out of the turn, kicking for home. Speedy Rocket still there, 3/4, 1:28-2. Speedy Rocket just jumped it off in mid-stretch, off stride Speedy Rocket, and now inheriting the lead, Bluebird Bella. Late rally, Illini Deceptive. It is Bluebird Bella to win it over. That was Illini Deceptive second. Finishing third will be Midnight Practice. And then it appeared to be D's Last Champion, followed then by Imperfect Circle. Bluebird Bella got it done. Winning time 1:57 and 1. After missing by a nose last week in DeCoing, got the job done today. The one, Bluebird Bella. Bluebird Bella is a 2-year-old bay filly, a daughter of Captain Midnight from the Shadow Play mare Alibi Sealster. Win number 1 in 6 career starts now for Bluebird Bella. Bred by Daryl Miller of Indiana. Races for Carla Santos. Trained by Alexander Conte. Driven to victory by Jordan Patton. Winning time 1:57.1 will establish a mark for Bluebird Bella. The official placings from race 6. Bluebird Bella, your race winner. Dee's Last Champion 4th. Eli Nye Deceptive 2nd. Gorgeous Stella was 7th, placed 6th. Imperfect Circle 8th. Midnight Practice was 3rd. Speedy Rockette 6th, placed 7th for a lapped-on break at the wire. Kiss My Moose finished 5th. Recheck top down 1-4-2, 7P6, 8-3, 6P7, and 5 on the bottom. The fractions were 29 and 3, the half 59 seconds flat, 3/4 and 1:28 and 2. Once again, the winning time setting a life mark here for Bluebird Bella, 1:57 and 1. All right, barn area, bring them out for race 7. Maiden, Fillies, and Mares. Maiden, Fillies, and Mares is up in race 7. We do have a scratch in the upcoming 7th race, scratch number 2. Hickory Nut, scratch due to transportation. And also a driver change on the 5, Diane Little Dream. Make that driver Jordan Patton. Jordan Patton drives the 5, Diane Little Dream, in the upcoming 7th race. Bring them out, race 7, up next.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Horses out on the track now for race 7. Maiden, fillies and mares lining up in here. Scratch down to a field of 7 with the scratch of the 2, Hickory Nut. The field includes the 1, Foxavelli Reba, owned by Paula and Joel Smith along with Lucas Smith. Amanda Van Winkle trains and Travis Siekman will drive. Scratch due to transportation, the 2, Hickory Nut. 3, J&J's Polish Filly, owned by Earl Avenatti along with Malda Horn. Earl Avenatti trains, Wyatt Avenatti will drive. The 4 horse is a Tulip at the Beach, owned by Dave Brown, trained by Jim Eaton, Brandon Bates in the bike. The 5 is Diane Little Dream, 1 of 2 from the Nick Prather barn. This one is owned by Andrew Chudzik, trained by Nick Prather. Noted driver change here to Jordan Patton. Jordan Patton now drives the 5, Diane Little Dream. 6 is May Pearl, owned by Sarah Potts, trained by Steve Searle, Juan Franco aboard. The 2nd of the Nick Prather trainees is the 7, Rusted BB, owned by the Windy City Farm, trained by Nick Prather. Connor Prather handles the lines. And rounding out the field, the 8, River Girl, owned, trained, and reined by Steve Halford. Starters called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. With the scratch of the 2, Hickory Nut scratched down to a field of 7, Maiden, fillies and mares, all on gate. Suburban Downs at Springfield, race 7. Post time. There we go. Often pacing May Pearl from the outside, driving up toward the inside, Tulip at the Beach along with Fox Valley Reba. Those 3 have got it fired up as they race on into that turn, but quickest of all from the inside, Fox Valley Reba gonna clear into that lead, and now looking to drop into the 2-hole and will. That's Tulip at the Beach. May Pearl after the early leave has gotten away in 3rd. Rusted BB floated out of there, now has found a spot in 4th. Back in 5th, Diane Little Dream, followed then by River Girl, the one missing the start by about 5 lengths, and now gapped about 2. That is J&J's Polish Filly. Up the backstretch, they're in single file. They've settled in, and it's Travis Siekman leading them down the backside with Fox Valley Reba on the motor. Content with that 2-hole trip is Tulip at the Beach. First quarter, 28-1. Going along the inside, racing in 3rd. That's May Pearl, and now coming to the outside and driving up Rusted BB. Looking to pick up the cover, Diane Little Dream is now 2nd over, just 2.5 off the lead. Moving into that outer flow as well comes a River Girl, and then gapped about 3, J&J's Polish Filly. Half, 58-1, a 30 flat second quarter as they race on into the far turn. That is a Fox Valley Reba under a tight line still, maintaining Atlee right there tucked up in the perfect pocket trip. That's Tulip at the Beach, stalled to the outside. First up, Rusted BB. Along the inside, saving ground is May Pearl, stuck it over, yet to fan off the cover there. That is then Diane Little Dream. They've come to the top of the lane, and they got a capture. That is Fox Valley Arriba still holding that lead as they come out of the turn and kick for home. Three-quarter time, 1:27.4. Fox Valley Arriba has been there from the get-go, and looks like she's got this one sealed up. Moving away now, Fox Valley Arriba. They're gonna win it. Finishing second was Rusted BB. Gonna be close for third, fourth, and fifth. Coming late was River Girl, Tulip at the Beach, and May Pearl. But no doubt about the winner here, Fox Valley Arriba. Winning time.
156 and 3.
How about 156 and 3? Race 7 goes to the 1, Fox Valley Arriba, a 2-year-old bay filly. She's a daughter of Time to Roll from the Sportsmaster mare, Fox Valley Tory. It's the first win in 8 career starts for Fox Valley Arriba. Bred by the Fox Valley Standardbreds of Illinois, Fox Valley Arriba is owned by the Smiths, Paula, Joel, and Lucas Smith, trained by Amanda Van Winkle. Driven to victory coast to coast by Travis Siekman. Winning time establishing a mark today, Fox Valley Arriba, 156 and 3. The official placings from race 7, Fox Valley Arriba, your race winner. Scratch, Hickory Nut. J&J's Polish filly was 7th. Tulip at the Beach finished 4th. Diane Little Dream 6th. May Pearl picked up the nickel. Rusted BB 2nd. River Girl got the show dough. Top down, 1 scratch, 7, 4, 6, 5, 2, and 3 on the bottom. The fractions, 28 and 1, half 58 and 1, 3/4 127 and 4. Once again, the winning time today, Fox Valley Arriba, 156 and 3. All right, barn area, moving along. You can bring them out for race 8. We're going back to the trot. ICF 3-year-olds, bring them out, race 8. The 8th race is up next. Trotters on the track now for race 8, $6,600 on the line here. These are ICF 3-year-olds. A full field of 8 in here, including the one, Lose My Number. It's 1 of 3 from the Steve Searle barn. This one is owned by Steve Searle, M. Buzzard, C. Paloma, and M. Paloma. Steve Searle trains. Casey Leonard will drive. 2 is Toughest of the Tough, leased by Carlos Santos, trained by Alexander Conte. Jordan Patton steers. The 3 is One Trip Chip, owned by Ron Phillips, Sherry Boldovich, and Lyle Lip. Jamaica Patton trains and reigns. The 4 horses Lose a Night of Vision, the second of the 3 Steve Searle trainees. This one is owned by the Flacco family farms and trained by Steve Searle. Travis Siekman between the wheels. The 5 horses Lose Avalon, completing that trio of Steve Searle trainees, also owned by the Flacco family farms. Wyatt Avanetti will drive. The 6 is Almost Home, 1 of 2 from the Kurt Grummel barn. This one is owned by Angelo Alicia, along with Sam Dandano and Kurt Grummel, who trains and reigns. 7, What a Legacy, owned by Mike Brink, Jay Clausen, R. Lacey, and M. Brown. Mike Brink trains, Brandon Bates steers. And rounding out the field, the second of the Kurt Grummel trainees, this one owned by Dr. Patrick Graham. Kyle Houston will drive, Gypsy Rose Lou. Starter Roy Finn has called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. A field of 8 ICF 3-year-old trotters, all on gate. $6,600 on the line. Suburban Downs at Springfield. Race 8. Race time. There they go. Often trotting, What a Legacy's got it fired up from the far outside, hustling up toward the inside, Toughest of the Tough, and right there in between them comes Almost Home. Those 3 going to vie for the early lead. Also, Gypsy Rose loses into the mix as they corner into that turn. What a Legacy has cleared into the lead. Gypsy Rose Lou from the outside post looks to squeeze into second. Almost Home has gotten away, trotting into third. One from there, Toughest of the Tough, a length and a half back to Lose Avalon, and then a gap of 2 here to Lose My Number as they race up the backside. That's Toughest of the Tough, who is actually racing next, and now far back after making a break there. That's Lose Night Division. Up the backstretch they go, but we have What a Legacy on the front end. That is Gypsy Rose Lou in the 2-hole. That is Almost Home going along third, racing in fourth. That's One Trip Chip. Opening quarter, 27 seconds flat. They just passed the half. Brandon Bates and What a Legacy rolling along with the lead as they race past the half in 55-4 as they head on into that far turn. What a Legacy is looking to go from start to finish. Right there, Gypsy Rose Lou is tracking down a leader. On the outside now, moving up, One Trip Chip. There along the inside, nowhere to go now for Kurt Grummel and Almost Home. Moving into that outer flow now comes Lose My Number, in with a shot 4 lengths off the lead. Then to the inside is Lose Avalon, and to the outside, Toughest of the Tough. Less than a quarter mile to go as they get set to turn for home. What a Legacy, looking for win number 3 on the season. 3/4, 126 as they kick for home. What a Legacy now getting collared on the outside by Gypsy Rose Lou. Kurt Grummel looking for a 4th training victory on the day, and he looks like he's got it. Gypsy Rose Lou's taking over the lead. Late rally, Lose My Number. Gypsy Rose Lou gonna win it. I think What a Legacy's gonna hold a second from a closing Lose My Number. Looks like Almost Home will finish 4th. Then it was back to Lose Avalon, who got the nickel in 5th. No doubt about the winner, Gypsy Rose Lou's. Houston the first to double up today. Winning time coming up. How about 155 flat? Race 8, winner number 8, Gypsy Rose Lou. Gypsy Rose Lou's a 3-year-old bay filly, a daughter of Lou's a legacy out of the Broadway Hall Mare Fashion Huntress. This is win number 2 in 10 career starts now for Gypsy Rose Lou in her rookie campaign as a 3-year-old. Gypsy Rose Lou, bred by the Flacco Family Farms along with Dr. Patrick Graham. Gypsy Rose Lou is owned by Dr. Patrick Graham. How about a grand slam? 4 winners on the day for trainer Kurt Grummel. Gypsy Rose Lou driven to victory. That's a driving double on the afternoon for driver Kyle Husted. Note the winning time by more than 4 full seconds. The time of 1:55 flat. A new life mark for Gypsy Rose Lou. Here's the official placings from race 8. Lose My number 3rd, toughest of the tough, 7th. One Trip Chip, 6th. Lose Night Vision was 8th. Lose Avalon wound up 5th. Almost Home, 4th. What a Legacy, 2nd. Gypsy Rose Lou, your race winner. Top down, 3, 7, 6, 8, 5, 4, 2, and 1 on the bottom. Here's the fractions from race 8. Opening quarter, 27. Half, 55 and 4. 3/4, 126. Once again, establishing a new life mark with a victory today. Gypsy Rose Lou, 155 flat. All right, barn area moving along, going back to the pace now for conditioned fillies and mares. We do have a scratch in the upcoming 9th race, scratch number 6, a Very Nice Dandy, sick. Scratch the 6, a Very Nice Dandy due to sickness. Left with a field of 7. You can bring them out, barn area. Race 9. Race 9 is up next. Horses making their way onto the racetrack now for the 9th race. Condition fillies and mares. Scratch the 6, a very nice dandy due to sickness. We're left with a field of 7 that include the 1, and truly a winner. Owned by Kevin Miller, Bart Seals, and Wayne Moldenhauer. And Kevin Miller trains, Wyatt Evanetti drives. 2 is Fox Valley Showgal, owned by Carlos Santos, trained by Alexander Conte, Brandon Bates in the bike. 3, Lucky Dottie, owned by Carolyn Wiley, trained by Mike Perrin. Jordan Patton does the driving. The 4, Tyler Ty, 1 of 2 from the Steve Halford barn. And this one is owned by Hosea Williams, trained by Steve Halford. Juan Franco catch drives. The 5 is Some Red Hot Star, also trained by Steve Halford. This one owned by Brenda Potts, driven by Corderia Stewart. Scratch the 6. 7 is Skeeter Machine, owned by James Greer, trained by Nick Prather, Connor Prather aboard. And rounding out the field, the 8, Lady Casina, owned by Bob and Linda Grider, along with James Kish. Terry Leonard trains, Casey Leonard will steer. Starters called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. With the scratch of the 6, a very nice dandy. We're scratched down now to a field of 7 condition fillies and mares, all on gate. Suburban Downs at Springfield, race 9, race time. There they go, often pacing far outside Skeeter Machine, down along the inside now, hustling out of there, truly a winner. Forwardly placed Lucky Dottie. Those 3 vie for the early lead. Also up on the move there, that is racing next, Fox Valley Showgal, as they corner into that turn though from the outside. A Skeeter Machine gonna clear into the lead. Lucky Dottie yielded for the 2-hole. 2 lengths back, truly a winner came away third. Gapped early here by about 4. Fox Valley Showgal, followed by Tyler Ty. Then another 2.5 to Some Red Hot Star, the trailer, Lady Casina. They're past the quarter and heading up the backside, and this one is being cut out by Skeeter Machine. Skeeter Machine put up an opening quarter, 28 seconds flat, so Connor Prather and Skeeter Machine paving the way down the backside toward the half-mile mark. Right there, tracking that leader, Jordan Patton, looking for a second winner with Lucky Dottie today. They're going along in third, and still on hole is truly a winner. They just passed the half. Fox Valley Showgals tightened it up a little in fourth, about 5 off the lead. Followed there by then Tyler Ty, 2 to Some Red Hot Star. Lady Casina still trails half, 58 seconds flat, a 30 flat second quarter breather. Skeeter Machine continuing to pave the way, looking anxious in the 2-hole. Lucky Dottie, and now Patton gonna pull the trigger right there midway through the turn before the 3/4. 2.5 back now to truly a winner. Under an all-out drive, Fox Valley Showgal not making up any ground in the fourth. Fifth, Tyler Ty, as they get set to kick for home. Skeeter Machine still there, but putting up a fight on the outside. Lucky Dottie as they kick for home. Three-quarter time, 128 flat, midway down the lane. Skeeter Machine driving on that lead, but has opened it up again to 2 over Lucky Dottie. Coast to coast, Skeeter Machine gonna win it over Lucky Dottie. It was truly a winner. Third, Lady Casino with a late rally to get up for fourth. Picking up the nickel, that is a Fox Valley Show Gal. Skeeter Machine all the way. Winning time coming up. 156 flat. Race 9 winner number 7, Skeeter Machine. Skeeter Machine's a 10-year-old bay mare by Big Green Machine out of an in-the-pocket mare, Karapapu Diamond. It's win number 2 in 4 starts this year for Skeeter Machine, a seasonal best. Skeeter Machine now a winner, 41-time winner in the career of Skeeter Machine. Bred by Thundermint Farms of Illinois. Skeeter Machine is owned by James Greer of Peoria, trained by Nick Prather, nicely handled and driven to victory by young Connor Prather. The official placings from race 9, truly a winner, 3rd, Fox Valley Showgal 5th, Lucky Dottie 2nd, Tyler Ty was 6th, Some Red Hot Star finished 7th, Scratch a very nice dandy, Skeeter Machine your race winner, Lady Casino wound up 4th. Recheck top down, it's 3, 5, 2, 6, 7, Scratch, 1, and 4 on the bottom. The fractions from race 9, 28 flat, 58 flat, 3/4 128, and the mile, seasonal best, 156. All right, barn area, bring them out for race number 10. We're going back to the trot. Condition trotters coming up in race 10. Barn area, the 10th race. The 10th race is up next.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Yeah, they absolutely embarrassed Alliance at Lambert. They beat the shit out of
Trotters stepping onto the track here for race 10. Condition trotters in here. Half a dozen lining up, including the one. Stand By Your Man, owned by Mike Brink, Mark Brown, Jay Clausen, and R. Lacey. Mike Brink trains, and Brandon Bates will drive. The 2-horse is Heath Bar, owned by Lyle Lip, along with Sherry Boldovich and Ron Phillips. Jamaica Patton trains and drives. 3, Shady Maple Bow, owned by Leo Grummel, Dr. Patrick Graham, and the ECS Racing LLC. Kurt Grummel looking for a 5th training victory of the day. He also will drive. 4, Peekaboo Sal, owned by All Right Racing LLC. Steve Searle trains, Wyatt Avenatti between the wheels. The 5, Jimmy Jackpot, owned by Glenn Bauman, along with Benita Simmons. Tom Simmons trains. In the driver's seat, Casey Leonard. And rounding out the field of 6 is Winky's Wow, owned by the Lick Creek Stock Farm, along with Jay Sundin, who also trains. Travis Siekman will catch drive. Starters called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. A field of 6 conditioned trotters, all on gate. Suburban Downs at Springfield, race 10, post time. There they go. Often trotting to the inside. Stand By Your Man alongside now, trotting out of there. Heath Bar also leaving from the outside and looking for a spot. That is a Jimmy Jackpot as they corner into that turn, though. Heath Bar going to get to the top. Racing in second, Stand By Your Man. Jimmy Jackpot's landed in the third. Back in fourth, Peekaboo Sal. And then it's racing next to Shady Maple Bow. The early trailer, Winky's Wow. The field heads to the quarter pole, and that's Jamaica Patton and Heath Bar looking to go back to back from DeCoyne to Springfield, leading the way here, and now appears to be tapping the brakes a little. In that 2-hole trip is Stand By Your Man. Jimmy Jackpot looks it over from third, 2 lengths off the lead. Gap of almost 2 lengths now to Peekaboo Sally in the fourth as they went by that opening quarter, 28-1. They're heading down to the half-mile mark. They're sitting there back in a fifth. That's a Shady Maple Bow. Kurt Grummel is a trainer, alive for 5 today. The trailer continues to be, that is Winky's Wow. They just passed the half. They're heading toward the far turn, and with the lead, Heath Bar still unchallenged, holding that lead from Stand By Your Man. They went by the half, 58-1, 30 flat. Second quarter breather as they race on into that far turn. Heath Bar continues to trot with that lead from in that 2-hole. Stand By Your Man. Bates has got him on hold. They're racing along in a third, edging to the outside now. Jimmy Jackpot also out there starting to make up some ground. That is Shady Maple Bow. Nowhere to go on the inside for Peekaboo Peekaboo Sal, the trailer, only 5 off the lead. Winkies, wow, they're coming to the top of the lane from front to back. Just 5 lengths separates them as they kick for home. And along the inside, Heath Bar, but they're closing in. 3/4, 127 and 4. And from the outside now, Stand By Your Man, put a neck in front. And here comes the live for 5, Shady Maple Bow and Kurt Grummel as they hit the wire. Tight on the wire. That's close. It's either Stand By Your Man or Shady Maple Bow. Right there in between them was a Jimmy Jackpot. Then it was back to Heath Bar, followed next there by then Peekaboo Sal. Tight one here. We'll let the photo decide this one. Shady Maple Bow or Stand By Your Man. Final time, 157 flat. In the photo number 3, Shady Maple Bow was your winner. Shady Maple Bow is a 3-year-old bay gelding, a son of Crazy Wow. Out of the striking Sabra mare, Rise and Shine. How about 6 wins and 15 starts this year? A rookie campaign for Shady Maple Bow. Bred by the Crawford Farms of New York. Shady Maple Bow is owned by Leo Grummel, Dr. Patrick Graham, and ECS Racing LLC. How about a live for 5? That's right, 5 winners on the day for trainer Kurt Grummel. How about a driving double on the afternoon for driver Kurt Grummel? Note the winning time of 157 flat. That's a brand new life mark for Shady Maple Bow. The official placings from race 10, Stand By Your Man, 2nd. Heath Bar finished 4th. Shady Maple Bow, your race winner. Peekaboo Sal wound up 5th. Jimmy Jackpot, the show doe. Winkies Wow, 6th. Recheck top down, 2, 4, 1, 5, 3, and 6 on the bottom. Fractions, 28 and 1. Half, 58 and 1. 3/4 and 127 and 4. Once again, it's a new life mark for Shady Maple Bow, 157 flat. All right, barn area, bring them out for race 11. Condition fillies and mares on the pace. You can bring them out, barn area, race 11 up next.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is your producer and videographer, Don Holden with Trot and Pace. Just a reminder as we watch the replay from that last race, where our camera is set up is about 10 feet to the right of the finish line. And when you have a race that's that close, remember that the official photo finish is on the wire about 10 feet to my left. So my camera right now is facing straight ahead, and you can see, it's not too easy to see, but that hole, that kind of black space, that void in the wall there, right there, that is the finish. But if I face my camera straight forward, it's right about there. That little bit of offset, that can affect the angle just enough with a really tight photo like that to skew what you think you see. So we do have to use the official photo finish, which unfortunately I can't produce that right here on stream. But you will have to take my word for it that I have seen the photo, and my video might not exactly show the perfect finish. Our video, remember, is unofficial. Thank you.
Pacers out on the track now for race 11. Condition fillies and mares lining up here, half a dozen, including the one Bushy, owned by the Windy City Farm. Nick Prather trains. Connor Prather will handle the lines. 2, Jimmy Lai, owned by the Blackfoot Farms. Terry Leonard trains. Casey Leonard in the bike. 3, Adelicia, owned by Ron Phillips, Ryan Spurl, and Jamaica Patton, who also trains and drives. 4, Miss Larry, owned by Lester Detweiler, along with MM&D Racing. Stan Swisher trains. Jordan Patton in the bike. The 5 is Carrot Top Moose, owned by Gabe Wand, along with Robert Wand. Gabe Wand trains. Travis Seekman, the pilot. And rounding out the field, the 6 is Arcase Tony, owned by MM&D Racing, along with Roshan Trigg, who is the trainer. Cordarius Stewart, catch drives. Starters called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. It's a field of 6 conditioned fillies and mares all on gate. Suburban Downs at Springfield, race 11. Post time. There they go. Often pacing. The Pattons are driving out of there. That is toward the inside at Alicia along with Miss Larry. Those two going to vie for the early lead. Up along the inside now, moving into it. That's Ibushi coming away, racing in third as they corner into that turn. Jimmy Lai racing next as they corner and head to the opening quarter. Now with the early lead, that is Miss Larry who's on the front end, tracking in that 2-hole at Alicia. A gap of 2 to Ibushi going along, racing in third. It's another 2 then to Jimmy Lai, who's then followed there, racing next Carrot Top Moose, and 2 to the trailer. That's our case Tony. They went by the opening quarter here. 27-3, and as they race down the backside to the half-mile pole, that is Jordan Patton teaming up here. Miss Larry on the lead here over at Alicia, who's very content to track in a second. Boshi going along in third with Prather. A gap of 2 to Jimmy Lyon, Casey Leonard, Seekman, and that's Carrot Top Moose looking it over 5th, 7 from the lead. The trailer Cordelia Stewart teaming up with our case Tony. Past the half, heading into the far turn. They're still in single file alignment. No change in the racing order. The half 57-4, 30-1 in that second panel. And as they pick that tempo up just a little now, on the lead here, that's Miss Larry. Going to try to seal the deal coast to coast, but right there tracking the leader. Jamaica Patton's got dead aim on the leader as Alicia starts to angle out of that 2-hole. And now coming up the inside, but locked in right now, that's Ibushi. 2.5 back to Jimmy Lai. They've passed 3/4 coming to the top of the lane. 3/4, 127 flat. Heads are turning for home, and that is Miss Larry now in an all-out drive on the lead. And now Connor Prather's angled his way out, and here comes Ibushi. Jimmy Lai with a late rally, but running out of racetrack. It is Bushi to win it. Jimmy Lai did get up for second. Finishing third was Miss Larry. Up for fourth, late rally there from a Carrot Top Moose. Finishing fifth, that will be Alicia. But Connor Prather stick-handled his way around the last turn and got it done. His second winner of the day, Bushi. Winning time, 1:55.4. Race 11 winner number 1, Bushi's a 3-year-old bay daughter of Some Star Somewhere. Out of a Jeremy's Jet mare, Girls, Girls, Girls. It's win number 2 and 12 starts for Bushi, who was bred and is owned by the Windy City Farms of Illinois. A second winner on the day for trainer Nick Prather. Make it a driving double on the day for driver Connor Prather. Note that time, 1:55.4. That's a brand new life best for Bushi. Here's how they finished in race 11. Bushi, your race winner. Jimmy Lai second. Adelicia fifth. Miss Larry wound up third. Carrot Top Moose finished fourth. Arcase Tony was sixth. Recheck top down 1, 2, 5, 3, 4, and 6 on the bottom. Fractions 27 and 3. Half 57 and 4. 3/4 127. Once again, a new life best for Boshi today, 155 and 4. All right, barn area, we're moving along, getting a little closer. Race 12 is up next. Condition fillies and mares on the pace. You can bring them out, barn area. Race 12 up next. Once again, a reminder to the folks on the barn area to stay hydrated. We've got Coleman's Concession. They are open for business with food and drink on the backside here today. Also, a special thanks going out today for all their support. The IHHA for sponsored our live streaming of the races. Hello to those folks who are joining us here today. Hope you're enjoying the races. A special thanks to Trot and Pace Marketing for providing us with the live streaming. Also, here at Springfield, the grounds crew and the track crew have done an excellent job of getting this track into excellent condition here today, and we want to thank them for their support as well. We're going to come back and do it all again tomorrow with another 17 race card on Friday starting at noon Central Standard Time. That's a 12 o'clock start Central Standard Time tomorrow here at Springfield. Race 12, winner number 6, Lottie's Web, a 3-year-old brown filly by Revenge Shark. Out of the Better's Delight mare, Hannah Isabel. 6 wins in 25 starts of this year and now 6 lifetime victories for Lottie's Web. Lottie's Web was bred by Fairmeadow Farms of Illinois, owned by Stephen Thompson and the Thompson Racing LLC, both of Illinois, trained by Steve Halford, driven to victory. That's a double on the day for Brandon Bates. Official placings from race 12, Can't Stay Too Long second, Lavender Haze third, Triple Revenge wound up fifth, La Rosa fourth, RK Swift wound up sixth, Lottie's Web, your race winner. Recheck top down, it's 2, 3, 5, 4, 6, and 1 on the bottom. The fractions were 28 flat, the half 57, 3/4 127. Winning time today, Lottie's Web 156 and 1. All right, barn area, fillies and mares on the condition again. You can bring them out for race 13. We got a field of 8 coming up in here. Got a late driver change on the 5, a little bit tough. Make that driver Brandon Bates. Brandon Bates now drives the 5, a little bit tough in this upcoming 13th race. Barn area, race 13, up next.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Horses making their way onto the racetrack now for race 13. Condition fillies and mares in here, a field of 8. They include the one, She's Brook Star, owned by Kay Bartlow, trained by Nick Prather. Travis Seekman will drive. 2, Bang, 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 owned by Phil and Sherry Cotton. Phil Cotton trains. Matt Avenatti in the driver's seat. 3 is Roan by Design, owned by Francis Marcolini. Leslie Miller trains. Juan Franco the pilot. 4, Resilience, races for Casey Williams, trained by Tom Simmons. Casey Leonard aboard. 5, A Little Bit Tough, owned and trained by Cassidy Witten. Noted driver change here to Brandon Bates. Brandon Bates now drives the 5, Little Bit Tough. 6, Fox Valley Sadie, owned by Houston Racing LLC, along with John Schwartz Jr. Kyle Houston trains and drives, looking for his 3rd driving victory of the day. 7, Fox Valley Tasha, owned and trained by Tanner Saltzgaber. Wyatt Avenatti in the driver's seat. And rounding out the field, the 8, Phillies Revenge, owned by Stevana Turner. John Fletcher trains. Cordarius Stewart will drive. Starters called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. It's a field of 8 condition fillies and mares, all on gate. Suburban Downs at Springfield, race 13. Race time. There they go. Often pacing on a break just after the start. Fox Valley Sadie jumped it off. Meanwhile, driving out of there from the inside is She's a Brook Star. Very far outside, Phillies Revenge as they corner into that turn. That's a Bing, Bing, Bing coming away in a 3rd. Followed there by Little Bit Tough, who has settled into 4th. Looking it over from 5th, that's Resilience as they head to the quarter pole. Cordarius Stewart from the outside post. Phillies Revenge is on the motor. 2-hole ride today for She's a Brook Star. A gap of 2 lengths to Bing, Bing, Bing. Another 2 gaps back there at is Little Bit Tough. Followed by Resilience, who's now up on the move on the outside for Casey Leonard. Also up on the move there was Fox Valley Sadie after that early miscue just after the start. And then paired up at the back of the pack there, Fox Valley Tasha and Rome by Design. That opening quarter, 27-4. And as they head to the half-mile mark, Phillies Revenge are now being put to the test here. That's a first up Resilience now taking it to the leader, and Resilience being used hard, looks to clear now into the lead. They went by the half, 57 seconds flat, and a new leader into the far turn. That's Resilience, who's now on the top from Phillies Revenge in the 2-hole. Up on the outside, Fox Valley Sadie, a nice recovery, is right there first up. Looking to angle off the inside is She's Brook Star. To the outside there, 3rd over is Fox Valley Tasha, buried along the inside. Bang, bang, bang. Now they've come to the top of the lane. Resilience, Fox Valley Sadie is taking it to the leader. They went by 3/4, 125-1. Down the lane they come, and that's Resilience driving on the lane, and on the outside now moving in Fox Valley Sadie. Here She's Brook Star trying to pick him up and put him down. Bing, 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 late, deep stretch. Fox Valley Sadie won it. Close for a second. Looked like She's Brook Star held place. And then it was Bing, Bing, Bing. Followed on the inside by Phillies Revenge. And then it was back there racing next to Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. Please note the unofficial winner, number 6, Fox Valley Sadie. Judges having a look at the unofficial winner. Possible interference after the start of making a break. So once again, please note it's unofficial. The 6-horse Fox Valley Sadie unofficial winner. Judges are having a look at the start. After reviewing the film, the judges have ruled no change and no interference. Your winner of race 13 is the 6 Fox Valley Sadie. Fox Valley Sadie is a 4-year-old bay mare, a daughter of Time to Roll. From the big dog mare, She Likes It All. Third win in the last 4 starts for Fox Valley Sadie. Now a 5-time winner this year and a 17-time winner in her career. Multiple wins on the day for the breeders, the Fox Valley Standardbreds of Illinois. Fox Valley Sadie's owned by Houston Racing along with John Schwartz Jr. Trained and driven to victory. A 3rd winner on the day for driver Kyle Houston.
Thank you.
The official placings from race 13. She's Brookstar was 2nd. Bing, Bing, Bing 3rd. Rome by Design 6th. Resilience wound up 5th. Little Bit Tough wound up 8th. Fox Valley Sadie, your race winner. Fox Valley Tasha 7th. Philly's Revenge 4th. Recheck top down 2, 3, 6, 5, 8, 1, 7, and 4 on the bottom. The fractions were 27 and 4. The half 57 seconds flat. 3/4 and 1:25 and 1. And the winning time today for Fox Valley Sadie, 1:53 and 2. All right, barn area, bring them out for race 14. ICF 3-year-old pacing colts and geldings. Field of 6, bring them out. Race 14 is up next. Horses out on the track now for race 14, co-featured event of the day. ICF 3-year-old pacing colts and geldings. The purse $6,600. Let's meet the field. The 1, Mr. Ain't Going, owned, trained, and driven by Cordarius Stewart. 2 is Dandy's Freedom, owned by Terry Leonard, the Dandy Farm, Peter Couches, and FT Racing Stable. Terry Leonard trains Brandon Bates between the wheels. 3, I'll Decide, owned by the Windy City Farm, Nick Prather trains, Travis Seekman the driver. 4, Fox Valley Stoley, owned by Final Turn, along with Houston Racing and John Schwartz Jr. Kyle Houston trains and drives, looking for his 4th driving victory of the day. 5, Fox Valley Boxer, also owned by Final Turn and Mark Winship, trained by Rob Ridoff, Juan Franco aboard. And rounding out the field of 6 is Cash Money 20, owned by Heart and Soul Racing, along with Casey Leonard. Mike Brink trains Casey Leonard, the pilot. Starters called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. A field of 6 ICF 3-year-old pacing colts and geldings, all on gate. Co-featured event, 6,600 on the line. Suburban Downs at Springfield, 14th race. Post time. There they go. Cash Money 20 missed the start by about 8 lengths. Meanwhile, Fox Valley Stoley is gunning out of there from the outside and looking to cross over. Quickly up along the inside, Dandy's Freedom. I'll Decide will get away, racing in 3rd. Fox Valley Boxer corners into 4th. Racing in 5th, Mr. Ain't Going. And Cash Money 20 having his problems at the back of the bus. As they approach the opening quarter, Houston looking for a 4th driving victory of the day. And he's got Fox Valley Stoley controlling the tempo here, and he starts to tap the brakes a little. That's the Dandy's Freedom, the 2-hole. Not happy with the tempo. I'll Decide and Seekman are on the move now, and I'll Decide is looking for 5 wins in a row. Opening quarter just 29 and 4. A pedestrian-like fraction here for this caliber of horses as they head down the backside toward the half. I'll Decide is cutting it now from Fox Valley Stoley. Dandy's Freedom looking it over from 3rd, 2.5 off the lead. 1 from there, Fox Valley Boxer and Juan Franco have work to do. Another 2.5 to Mr. Ain't Going, and now pulled up Cash Money 20. As they race past the half-mile pole, that came up in just a minute and 2/5. Should be a sprint from here as they race into the far turn, and that's I'll Decide, looking to extend that winning streak. Fox Valley Stoley primed in the 2-hole, now to the outside and moving up. That's a Fox Valley Boxer, locked in along the inside, nowhere to go right now. That back in 4th is Dandy's Freedom, and 3 to Mr. Ain't Going. They're past 3/4, coming to the top of the lane. Fox Valley Stoley holding that lead here. 3/4 time came up 1:29 and 3, a 29 and 1/3 quarter, and now I'll Decide has that lead on the outside. That is now Fox Valley Boxer, nowhere to go for Stoley. Far outside, Dandy's Freedom is coming fast. Dandy's Freedom gonna win it over. That was I'll Decide 2nd, and then I believe Fox Valley Boxer 3rd. Nowhere to go, and unlucky Fox Valley Stoley, and then Mr. Ain't Going will get the nickel. Bates and a triple. Dandy's Freedom winning time 157 flat. Race 14 co-feature goes to the 2, Dandy's Freedom. Dandy's Freedom, a 3-year-old bay gelding by World of Rock and Roll out of a Sportsmaster mare, Char and Marge. It's the 3rd win in 9 starts this year and now 6 for 17 lifetime. Dandy's Freedom. Dandy's Freedom, bred by the Dandy Farms and FT Racing Stable. They also own, along with Terry Leonard and Peter Couches, winning trainer Terry Leonard, winning driver. That's a triple on the day for Brandon Big Ticket Bates. Here's how they finish in race 14. Mr. Ain't Going 5th. Dandy's Freedom, your race winner. I'll Decide 2nd. Fox Valley Stoli 4th. Fox Valley Boxer 3rd. Cash Money 20 did not finish. Recheck top down 5, 1, 2, 4, 3. DNF on the bottom. Fractions 29 and 4. Half in a minute and 2/5. 3/4 in 1:29 and 3. And the winning time today for Dandy's Freedom, 1:57. All right, barn area, you can bring them out for race 15. The 15th race is up next. Horses out on the track now for race 15. Condition pacers lining up in here. A field of 7 that include the 1 Fox Valley Stealer, 1 or 2 from the Tom Simmons barn. This one owned by Benita Simmons and Ann Schneider, trained by Tom Simmons, Cordelia Stewart in the bike. 2 Rockin' Republic, leased and trained by Nick Prather, Travis Seekman the pilot. 3 is Hi Ho He Silver, 1 or 2 from the Jim Eaton barn. This one owned by Robert Silverberg, P. Turner, Jim Eaton, and M. Brown. Jim Eaton trains and Wyatt Avenetti between the wheels. The second of the Jim Eaton trainees is the 4, Took a Dive Off a Dipper, owned by Jane Cross, trained by Jim Eaton, Casey Leonard in the bike. 5, I Understand, owned by Brady Joe Jensen along with Brady Anderson. Kevin Miller trains, Brandon Bates looking for a 4th winner today. 6, White Belly, owned, trained, and driven by Cassidy Witten. And rounding out the field of 7 is Captain Caramel, the second of the Tom Simmons trainees. This one owned by Jim Ballinger, trained by Tom Simmons. Kyle Houston in the bike. Starters called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. It's a field of 7 condition pacers, all on gate. Suburban Downs at Springfield, race 15. Race time. There they go. Often pacing, White Belly from the outside is leaving. So is Took a Dive Off a Dipper. Also moving up here now toward the inside, Rockin' Republic. And now they're at the rail. There comes Fox Valley Stealer. They corner into that turn. Rockin' Republic, but now from the outside, that's a Fox, or Took a Dive Off a Dipper, who drives into that lead. Up on the outside, caught out there, White Belly looking now, drive on. There to the inside, Rockin' Republic third. Fox Valley Stealer has gotten away in fourth. A gap of 2 to the gray, Hi Ho He Silver, who's followed there by Captain Caramel, and 2 to the trailer, I Understand. They're past the quarter, heading up the backside toward the half after an opening quarter, 27-4. And on the outside now, that's White Belly, who's hung on the outside. They're along the inside and handed out that parking ticket. That's Casey Leonard, and Took a Dive Off a Dipper. Those two side by side, stride for stride. A ding-dong, a battle past the half here. Watching that battle right there developing in a perfect spot is Rockin' Republic. The half, 54-4, a 27 flat, a quick second quarter. They're into the far turn. Rockin' Republic is back in third, but it is still Took a Dive Off a Dipper, holding that lead of a half. White Belly's gone a tough trip, and now that's Fox Valley Stealer and Cordelia Stewart looking to come 3 high. Right now, nowhere to go for Rockin' Republic, and then Hi Ho He's the Silver, and then back to Captain Caramel, only 4 off the lead. 3/4 time coming up in 1, 24 flat. Heads are turning for home as they corner into the stretch, and taking the lead away now. Here comes a Rockin' Republic, who got that perfect view of the early battle. Hi Ho He Silver is coming with a late rally in deep stretch. Rockin' Republic gonna win it. Hi Ho He Silver did finish second. Third was Took a Dive Off a Dipper. I Understand came late to be fourth, picking up the nickel, Captain Caramel. Rockin' Republic out of a perfect pocket trip. How about 3 winners on the day for trainer Nick Prather? Winning time,
152.
how about 152? Race 15, winner number 2, Rockin' Republic. A 7-year-old brown gelding. He's a son of Pet Rock. Out of a Dragon Again mare, my Juliana's girl. How about 4 wins in a row, and now 4 for 6 on the year with 2 other runner-up finishes. Rockin' Republic with now 27 lifetime victories and closing in on the $200,000 mark in career earnings. Rockin' Republic was bred by L&J Racing of PA, is leased and trained, and a 3rd winner on the day, a training triple for trainer Nick Prather. Rockin' Republic driven to victory. Here's a double on the day for driver Travis Seekman. The official placings from race 15, Fox Valley Steeler 6th, Rockin' Republic your race winner. Hi Ho He Silver 2nd, Took a Dive Off a Dipper 3rd. I Understand wound up 4th, White Belly finished 7th, Captain Caramel 5th. Recheck top down 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, and 5 on the bottom. The fractions 27 and 4, the half 54 and 4, 3/4 and 124, and the winning time today for Rockin' Republic was 152 flat. All right, barn area getting closer to the one that you've been looking for. Race 16 is up next. The 16th race, Condition Pacers up next. Driver change on the 1, Super Shark. Make the driver Connor Prather. Connor Prather aboard the 1, Super Shark. Barn area, we're ready to go. Bring them out. Race 16.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Horses out on the track now for race 16. Condition pacers lining up in here. Note the driver change to number 1, Super Shark Connor Prather. The field includes the 1 Super Shark, owned by George Pollock, trained by Nick Prather, looking for his 4th training victory of the day. Note the driver change to Connor Prather. Connor Prather on the 1, the Super Shark. 2 is Key Ingredient, owned by Don Laufenberg. Terry Leonard trains, Casey Leonard between the wheels. 3, Stellar BB, owned by Edward Thomas, trained by Roshan Trigg, Juan Franco aboard. The 4 is Day of Legends, owned by Bob and Diane McCabe. Bob McCabe trains, Wyatt Evanetti steers. 5, Grand Champ, races for Carolyn Wiley, trained by Mike Perrin, Cordelia Stewart in the driver's seat. The 6 horse is Straight Sierra Blue, owned by Garcia Power, trained by Hector Herrera, Brandon Bates, looking for a 4th winner. And the 7 is Ashley Silver Guy, owned by Carol Cox, trained by Mike Rogers. Travis Siekman aboard. Starters called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. It's a field of 7 condition pacers, all on gate. Suburban Downs at Springfield, race 16. Post time. There they go. Often pacing from the inside. That's Stellar BB gunning for that early lead. Along the rail now, Super Shark. And in the center of the racetrack comes Grand Champ, floating out of there from the far outside. Straight Sierra Blue as they corner into that turn. From the outside now, Grand Champ going to drive on into that lead. Along the inside there, Stellar BB second. Caught on the outside now and looking to drive on. Likely going to give chase to the pace here. That's a parked out Straight Sierra Blue. Moving on to the inside. Super Shark is in 4th. A length and a half to Ashley's the Silver Guy, who's followed there then. Racing next, that's a Day of a Legend. A gap to about 3, the trailer, Key Ingredient. They went by that opening quarter in 28 seconds flat. They're straightening it out on the backside. They'll march down toward the half and being used a little to get there, though. That is Straight Sierra Blue taking over and leading it a length and a half. A Grand Champ with Cordelia Stewart, content to track in second. Going along, racing in 3rd, that's a Stellar BB. Ashley Silver Guy started that journey up on the outside and now immediately looking to pick up the cover. A Day of a Legend. They're pinned in along the inside. Stellar BB the half, 56-4. They're racing into the far turn and with the lead now, a new leader. Ashley Silver Guy and Siekman have kicked out now to a 2.5 length advantage. Up on the outside, that's a Day of Legends now, who's moved into second. Along the inside, that's Straight Sierra Blue, 3rd and backpedaling. Up on the outside, racing next, that's Super Shark. Nowhere to go for Grand Champ. Past 3/4, coming to the top of the lane. 3/4 in 1:26 flat. They're coming for home here, and it is Ashley Silver Guy clinging to that lead. Up on the outside, here is Day of a Legends looking to gun down the leader, and on the inside, Ashley Silver Guy coming back. Ashley Silver Guy, Day of Legends edging to the top. Super Shark far outside. Day of Legends is going to win it. Going to be close for second. It was either Super Shark or back that there was Straight Sierra Blue, found another gear. Then it was back to Ashley Silver Guy and Grand Champ. Day of Legends. Bob McCabe with another winner today. Winning time 1:55 and 3. Race 16, winner number 4, Day of Legends. Day of Legends, a 4-year-old bay gelding by Bit of a Legend. From the Sky Dancer Hanover mare, Day of Champions. It's the first win of the season and second lifetime victory for Day of Legends, a homebred, bred and owned, a second winner on the day for the owner-trainer combination of Bob and Diane McCabe. Winning trainer, Bob McCabe. Winning driver on Day of Legends, Wyatt Avenetti. Note that time, 1:55.3 by more than 2 full seconds. That's a brand new life best for Day of Legends. The official placings from race 16, Super Shark 2nd, Key Ingredient 7th, Stellar BB wound up 6th, Day of Legends your race winner, Grand Champ finished 5th, Straight Sierra Blue 3rd, Ashley Silver Guy 4th. Recheck top down 2, 7, 6, 1, 5, 3, and 4 on the bottom. The fractions were 28 flat. The half 56 and 4, 3/4 time in 1:26. Once again, a new life mark, Day of Legends, 1:55 and 3. That's right, the finale is up next. Race 17, the final race of the day, is coming up. We've got a couple of driver changes and 2 scratches. The 3 life turns make that driver Brandon Bates. The 4, Jimmy DeShark, make the driver Juan Franco. Scratch the 6, Revelry. Scratch the 7, Fox Valley Jericho. Barn area, bring them out. 17th and final race up next. Horses making their way onto the racetrack now for the finale of the 17th and final race of the afternoon. In the 17th race, Condition Pacers scratch number 6, Revelry Transport. Scratch the 7, Fox Valley Jericho Lame. Scratch down now to a field of 5 that include the 1, JK Standing Ovation. Owned by Gabe and Robert Wand. And Gabe Wand trains. Travis Siekman looks for a third winner today. 2, Mason Blazin, owned by Don Laufenberg. Trained by Terry Leonard. Casey Leonard between the wheels. The 3 is Life Turns, owned by Albert Player, trained by Jill Brown. Brandon Bates looking for a grand slam. 4, Jimmy DeShark, owned by David Williams, trained by Jamaica Patton. Noted driver change today to Juan Franco. Juan Franco on the 4, Jimmy DeShark. And rounding out the field, the 5 is 2 Infinity, owned by Dwayne, Sandra, and Sarah Jean Bloom. Dwayne Bloom trains. Kyle Husted looking for another driving victory today. For the final time today, starting gate driver Stacy DeRouse, accompanied by our starter, Mr. Roy Finn, have called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. With the scratch of the 6 Revelry and the 7 Fox Valley Jericho, we're scratched down now to a field of 5. Condition Pacers all on gate. Suburban Downs at Springfield, 17th and final race. Race time! There they go. Often pacing from the outside to Infinity, driving out for the early lead. Life Turns forwardly placed. There now to the inside comes Amazing Blazin'. JK Standing Ovation got away in a 4th. Jimmy DeShark going to settle into 5th. They're rounding that turn. They've settled into their spots, and it is right now with the lead 2 Infinity. That is Life Turns, who came away in a 2nd. A length and a half back, racing in 3rd. That's Amazing Blazin' as they approach the opening quarter. Back in 4th, that's JK Standing Ovation, and the one who can see them all, Jimmy DeShark. They passed that quarter and they're heading up the backside. They don't appear to be in a whole lot of hurry here. That opening quarter, how about 30 seconds flat as they head up the backside. Houston looking for a 4th driving victory today. He's controlling the tempo here, and it's a slow, pokey tempo. Racing in the 2nd, that is the Life Turns. Bates is looking for his 4th winner of the day. So you got 2 live drivers sitting 1-2, about 2 lengths back now. That's Amazing Blazin' in 3rd as they pass the half. Back in 4th, that's JK Standing Ovation, and continuing to trail Jimmy DeShark. Less than a half a mile to go in the final race of the day. Half 101 and 4, a 31 and 4 second quarter. They're racing into that far turn as Houston has been calling the shots here, and now JK Standing Ovation is the one to take a shot first up, tucked up in the pocket right now and buried, nowhere to go. Life Turn, a 2nd override for Jimmy DeShark. Juan Franco lurking on the leader, and then it's back to Mason Blazin'. Past 3/4, coming to the top of the lane. They're coming homeward, bound in the finale, and 2 Infinity looks to pick pick the tempo up. 3/4 in 1:31 flat. Homeward bound to infinity. The rail has opened up for Life Turns if good enough. On the far outside there, JK standing ovation. Late rally, Mason blazing as they come to the wire. 5 of them across. Life Turns is gonna win it over to infinity. Looked like JK standing ovation was third, over Mason blazing fourth, and then Jimmy Deshark Bates and a grand slam. Life Turns. Winning time
158 and 4.
158 and 4. Race 17 winner coming up along the rail in the stretch. It's the 3, Life Turns. Life Turns, a 3-year-old brown gelding by C'est La Vie. Out of the Western Terre Mare, Turn On the Jets. Here's the 4th win of the season, 7th lifetime victory for Life Turns. Bred by the Claude Gendreau Stables of Illinois. Owned by Albert Blair of Starkville, Mississippi. Winning trainer Jill Brown, winning driver, a grand slam on the day. That's 4 winners for driver Brandon Bates. Also note that time of 158 and 4. That's a brand new life mark for Life Turns. Here's how they finish in the finale. JK standing ovation 3rd, Mason blazing 4th. Life Turns your race winner. Jimmy Deshark 5th, To Infinity 2nd. Scratch the 6, scratch the 7. Top down reads 3, 4, 1, 5, 2. Scratch, scratch on the bottom. Fractions 30 flat. The half 101 and 4. 3/4 time in 131. And the winning time once again a new best for Life Turns, 158 and 4. Well, that's going to wrap up a long day here. A special thank you to the horsemen and horsewomen on the backside today for making this show go on after a long, hard day. We want to thank all of them very much. Also, a special thank you to all of the harness racing officials behind the scenes. Also, a special thanks to the track crew and the grounds crew. And once again, a thanks to Trot and Pace Marketing for the live streaming. Hope you folks watching today enjoyed yourselves as well, as did the folks here on track. Well, we're going to do it all over again tomorrow. 17 races on tap tomorrow. The start time, Central Standard Time, is 12 o'clock. On behalf of everyone, this is track announcer Rick Uppel saying thank you and good night.